Okay, it is 8:30, and so I'm going to call to order the council meeting of October the 14th. I know of one addition to our agenda, and that's under closed session, so it'll be 11.4. Advice from officials, Access to Information Act, Section 29. Are there other additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll just add a Division 5 update under council
So
committee report.
9.2, Division 5, Councillor Whitstock.
Also under committee reports, Aqua
9.3, Aqua 7. Any other additions? Councillor Christie. Thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The regular council meeting minutes from September 23rd have been pre-circulated. Are there any corrections or adjustments to that? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we approve the adoption of the minutes of September 23rd, 2025, regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the September 23rd, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. All those in favor? And that motion is also carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the first item in our agenda then is going to be 6.1. Utility billing. And welcome, Ms. Nyman. And whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm bringing back policy 16-20, utility billing. At the June 24 council meeting, a motion was made to bring this policy forward for review and further development. It was brought to the September 16th committee of the whole meeting and reviewed, with the direction not to add a standalone policy for high water consumption relief. A hyperlink was requested to be added to the policy to easily locate the online form, and we've added that. The options today is for council to approve policy 16-20 as presented, or that council direct administration to bring back policy 1620 with amendments as discussed. So if there isn't, is there any more questions on this policy?
Councillor Probst, please.
I just see that there's no mention to how residents would dispute the charges penalties within that.
The penalties?
Yeah. Like how they would come to you if they had a dispute against it.
I guess for disputing penalties.
Did I miss it? Because I thought I read it all.
I'm just double checking that I don't think you did miss it.
The only part I think that addressed in there about penalties was on an account under $25.
Right.
And that's right at the very end.
But if somebody had an issue, how would they deal with it?
So basically, if someone disputes penalties and we feel that it is an error, we just remove them. If it isn't an error, then we don't remove penalties.
So, follow-up question?
Go ahead, Councillor Probst.
I can't get it.
Our mics aren't working correctly, are they?
Somebody have their mics on?
Well, if we find any errors, we would remove them. Like if they were an error, like if they didn't if they're like usually the penalties they're on there. Like if they're not paid, they stay on there. If they dispute them and it was like an error on our part, like say we have software that sends them out, and we can track that. We can track that it was emailed, and then we can track it through the email server that it was emailed. Like, that's kind of one of the biggest things, is like, we didn't receive it. If it's like that, we can see if it didn't actually go, and if it didn't go, we would say it was an error in our software. But then penalties they're just on there. Like, we can't, I don't have anything to remove them for myself in here. If it was a major issue, it would have to be council. Like, it would have to be council saying that they would remove them. So like, say in the, right now with penalties because of Canada Post, we would need a motion.
So I guess, just before we address that any farther, in the actual policy, Councillor Phobes, where it talks about outstanding utility amounts,
Okay.
there's a process, an 8 or 9 step process on outstanding and how that is processed.
Okay,
Is that, I don't know if
I did read all of this before.
if you consider that, whether that's, so,
Like, for us to, remove penalties, we'd have to be delegated to do so by council.
All right, move on.
okay, are there any other questions? Just, Councillor Phobes,
No, I don't have.
okay, all right. Deputy Reid McGee.
I move that we approve policy 16-20 as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve policy 16-20 as presented, utility billing. Are there any further discussion or question to the motion that's in front of us? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nyman.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you being here this morning. Thank you. The next item in our agenda is 7.1, Community Grants Round 2. And Ms. Vanderkool, other than running an election, this is probably your most favorite thing to do.
Yes, yes, it is.
So if you want to help us out here.
May I suggest that we do have a delegation coming in at 9:30? Can we do this after the 9:30 delegation, or do you want to just continue and then?
Don't we have one at 9, Junior Achievement?
Oh, we do, but 9:30 is, we have the Three Hills Good
Oh,
Health
right,
coming in
sorry,
for the community
yes.
grant.
Part of this,
Okay,
I was gonna ask.
thank you. I'm a little slow on the uptake. All right. Let's deal then with 7.2, special occasion and milestone recognition.
Perfect.
Again, Ms. Vanderkool, I believe this is you.
This is me, yes.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Reeve. We have the special occasion and milestone recognition policy here before you. We had administration brought this policy forward at our last committee of the whole meeting in September. And the September 16th, 2025 committee of the whole meeting. As discussed at the committee of the whole meeting, administration is recommending the following amendments to policy 15-2. We added an agricultural award to the policy. The annual Stampede Farm Family Award removed. Removed from this because it's more appropriately in the policy 132-3 Stampede Farm Family Award. The member at large recognition, we amended this, amended the type of gift provided instead of plaques, which are difficult to source and less practical. Recognition will now be in the form of a useful logoed gift. Example, a sweater, jacket, Yeti cup. along with a letter from the Reeve and a recognition certificate prepared in-house. Eligibility for the member-at-large recognition added a requirement of more than 4 years of service to qualify, and the birthday and anniversary recognition revised to milestone birthdays and anniversaries rather than only recognizing specific dates. Administration is also recommending the amendment to policy 132-3, the Stampede Farm Family Award, and that's on page number 102 of your package. Recognition will be in the form of a letter from the Reeve, and number 9, the selected family's achievement will typically be shared through the local newspaper, county newsletter, and other communication channels as appropriate. So those are the changes we made, and today council has the option to approve as presented or make amendments or request further information.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any questions with regard to the two policies, 15-2 special occasion and milestone recognition, and policy 1-32-3 Stampede Family Farm Award? Questions or discussion? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve. Councillor Penner, please.
I make the motion that council approve policy 15-2, special occasion and milestone recognition, and policy 1-32-3, Stampede Family Farm Award as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the policy 15-2, special occasion and milestone recognition, and policy 1-32-3, the Stampede Family Farm Award as presented. Any further discussion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So can you just clarify for me for the Stampede Family Farm Award, does a member of council accompany the family to the Stampede?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
It's usually been the chair of the Ag Service Board, but not always. Sometimes there's exemptions if he's not available or. Any further questions or discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. I'm wondering, from the point of view of streaming and sound, should we try to address the microphone issue that we're having? So perhaps we could take a recess to see if that's possible. So I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute recess at this point to see if we can get them operational. So we're in recess till 8:53. So it is 8:52, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And because we have a little short item here, I think what we'll do is we'll deal with that, and then we'll have our delegation from Junior Achievement. So we're going to do 7.3, which is establishment of October 28th council meeting commencement time. And again, Ms. Vanderkoel, I believe this is you.
Thank you. In accordance with Kneehill County's procedural bylaw 1919, regular council meetings are scheduled to commence at 8:30 a.m. On our organizational meeting days, it's customary to begin the organizational meeting at 8:30 a.m. and proceed directly into the regular council meeting once the organizational meeting has concluded. As part of the new councillor orientation, administration is proposing to hold a mock council meeting training session between the organizational meeting and the regular council meeting. This training is expected to take approximately 1 to 1.5 hours and will help familiarize new councillors with meeting procedures before their first official council meeting. To accommodate this training, we are requesting that council consider making a motion to reschedule the start time of the October 28th regular council meeting to 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm assuming it won't be a 500-page agenda that day? And a 2 p.m. start? So,
And let's throw an act on there.
are there any questions with regard to this specific item and the request to consider a change to 2 p.m. to allow for some councillor training between the organizational meeting and the regular council meeting scheduled for October the 28th? So it would be a 2 p.m. start rather than our traditional organizational and then straight into council meeting. Any questions or discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to reschedule the start time on October 28th of the regular council meeting to 2 p.m. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council reschedule the start time of the October 28, 2025 regular council meeting to 2 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. So we now have a motion that we do reschedule the start time on October 28th, 2025 to 2 p.m. for the regular council meeting, with the understanding, of course, that we're doing the organizational meeting beginning at 8:30 a.m. Any further discussion?
Someone shows up at 2.
Councillor Whitstock.
Just one question, it seems like it's gonna be a long day. Is there a reason that we're waiting until 2?
Just the training.
Yeah, but the training is scheduled to be an hour, hour and a half? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Hogan, please.
Through the chair, we did look back at the past organizational meeting just to get an idea of the time frame that it took, and that meeting went almost until noon. So that I didn't have the recollection that it went that long, but when we looked back, it did. So we are proposing that by the time we get through the organizational meeting and anticipating it'll go a bit longer with newer councillors, as we have to get probably more in depth on what some of the committees do. They're going to be coming in with knowledge that this group doesn't have. So as we go through and do that, we're anticipating by the time that's done, we have lunch, do the mock meeting, and then look at from there. We didn't want to extend the day too long, and that 2 o'clock agenda will be very light.
Okay, thanks for that. I didn't remember that it drug out, the organizational drug out as long as it did, so thanks for the info.
We have so much fun in those meetings, we tend to extend them.
I might have had a lot of questions that day.
All right. Is there any further questions or discussion to the motion that council reschedule the start time on October 28th, 2025, regular council meeting to 2 p.m.? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And whoever said that would take just a very brief moment. I think that was me. Okay, we're going to take a couple minutes to allow our delegation to get prepared, and we're going to go to 3.1, which is junior. Okay. Everything's organized for you there? Good.
It is, thank you.
Before you start, I'll ask council to introduce themselves to you, and then we'll give you an opportunity to make your presentation. So starting with you, please, Councillor Cunningham.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, Acme Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie Penner, Division 2, the Swalwell area.
Good morning, I'm Ken King. Welcome. I represent Division 7, which is the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Hi, I'm Faye McGee. I represent Division 1, which is the southeast portion.
Good morning, Carrie Phobes, Division 4, the Northwest.
Good morning, Wade Christie, I'm Division 6, so I'm the Northwest.
All right, Mr. Hogan, if you would please, and then.
Morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Carolyn Vanderkool, Lead Services Manager.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Hi, Melanie. I'm Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
All right, I think we've covered all the bases, so welcome here. And if you want to just give a little bio of yourself and presentation, then please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ream Council, for having me. I've worked with Junior Achievement. I'm going on my 4th year. For those who haven't heard about us, we do entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and work readiness programs for free to our students. We have actually been in Alberta since 1960s. We are the world's largest non-government organization dedicated to educating youth about business. We exist to be linked between education and the business world, equip students with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to define personal success, know the value of education, enhance their workforce readiness, and pursue their dreams. Our vision is to have young people have the skill set and mindset to build thriving communities. So we have a program for every age. We start in kindergarten, and that's where they learn about wants and needs. We build up into grade 4, and they learn how to balance their bank accounts, basically, expenses, incomes. They know the terms, and they know how to use them appropriately. Grade 6, I'm going to skip a few but they're building blocks along the way. Grade 6, they learn about a business model canvas and how to fill one out and the importance of it. Grade 7, they start to learn about your credit scores and things like that. We do company programs. Those are mostly in the city, but we have ran one out here years ago where they build their own products, they sell it, and they have mentors along the way to show them how to do it. My favorite one that I run, we are supposed to have one October 29th, is World of Choices, where I have volunteer mentors that come and talk about their career. We have students that can come and listen and ask questions so that they can maybe figure out which career path they would like to take. That is a one-day in-person event. It's great. Right now we actually have 240 students registered all from the area. So we have both schools in Three Hills. We have Linden, we have St. Anthony's, DVSS, Morin, and Hannah. So students, and those are usually from grade 8 to 12. Grade 8 to 11 are typically the target for that kind of one. Oh. So this is, why are these so important? JAA programs aim to promote self-discovery in students, encourage goal setting and planning for the future, enhance their understanding of their future, and that their choices are a product of what oh my goodness. A product of what choices that they have made. In addition, JAA programs help students develop an understanding of basic financial responsibilities and allow them to explore the future with the assistance of a positive role model from their community. We usually have surveys completed at the end of each of the programs. If it's teacher run, we get a few back. If it's mentor or volunteer run, we get more because they're there and they're in the moment. These are just a couple of the notes that students have left, you know, like the lesson was enjoyable and I hope that these lessons are continued. I feel that these are very important for students as they're nearing high school. It was a grade 7 student with the Dollars with Cents program. I learned a lot about business, way more than I expected. I look forward to lessons by Junior Achievement, if there is one. That was JA is a wonderful program. Grade 6 students from a business of our own. Long-term impact. It says, these stats are actually from an external study group done out of Boston. They say that 75% of achievers stated that JA had a significant impact in the development of their financial literacy and decision-making skills. You know, like JA graduates are 50% more likely to open a business. And I see that. I've done a lot of the programs, especially in the grade 6 class, and they are so excited to fill that out and to just get that in their minds that they can do it. It says, you know, JA graduates are 3 times less likely to spend more money than they earn. And I think that that's a big thing nowadays. I think people are living paycheck to paycheck, and I don't know if they don't know any better, but I think that the more that they learn, it can make a big difference. I wish I had actually some of these programs. I had a kid it was out of Hannah, and it was grade 10, and he asked me, because we were talking about credit cards and your credit scores and stuff like that, and he's like, well, how old should I be to have a credit card? And I looked at him and I said, man, there are 50-year-olds that shouldn't have credit cards. I said, it's not about age or maturity, it's about the knowledge and to use them properly. Impact measures, JA's theory of change. Self-efficacy is the underpinning of JA's theory of change. That is, if students believe that they will succeed, they are more likely to actually succeed. Our programs are designed to foster self-efficacy in students so that they may face any adversity with confidence and resiliency. We aim to empower young people to transform intimidation into motivation and become active agents in their life. The Kneehill breakdown. So last year alone, we did 35 programs in this area. We reached 768 students just last year. The year before, it was a little bit of a dip. We did 25 programs. The year before, it was 31 programs. The ones that we are currently in, they are offered to all, but these are the ones that we are in year after year. The Three Hills School, Prairie Christian Academy, Dr. Elliott, and Acme. A few of them are very, I would say, I don't know, like Kathy Price, you know, she can't speak highly enough. You know, we have Trevor Olson, who loves the More Than Money program. He's done it every year before I started here. So like there's a few very, Daryl Hearn is another one who loves the World of Choice event. Like, they're not hard to hit up for if we need like a letter of recommendation. It's within a day of the turnaround that I can get from some of these teachers. They're very accommodating. And that is my presentation. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Hardy. Any questions regarding the Junior Achievement Program from council? Councillor Penner, please.
This has been around a long time and I love it. My kids went through it too, parts of it, not all of it, but parts of it. Is the majority of it done on volunteerism or mostly your teachers?
You know, it depends on the teacher's preference. They can always sign up for a volunteer, and I do not have any issues finding volunteers in the area to do them. We actually have quite a few, but I would say it's probably 70-30 for teacher-led over that, but yes, they are still provided with all the materials, the resources, the PowerPoints. You can do it actually online. There are many different ways for these programs to get to our students.
Any other questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm going to go where no one wants to go, and that is with the schools not being in, your event in October, do you have alternate ways of kids to get there? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Absolutely. I was talking with teachers before and all of the mentors before the strike happened, and we will reschedule the event. It will be done at some point this year, but I'm trying my best to make sure that it accommodates all students, because I don't want them to not be able to attend in that capacity. I think if we would have went forward during the strike, our attendance would have been much lower. So at some point this year, I'm thinking December is assuming that everyone's back in. I'm hoping that everybody can catch up, have that time, and still be able to attend.
Thank you.
So I guess I would have a question regarding the finance side of things. I know you're requesting funding through us. Is there a contribution through schools, or do you basically just rely on the municipalities for the funding for the program, or how does that work?
No, there are many different ways of funding. Like RBC is a really big one for our World of Choice events. We do get some from Alberta Education and grants, and then it is external donors. So it's not solely dependent on funding from counties, it just helps.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Forbes, please.
So if we approve the funding, does it go into for the bigger, broader, or is that funding just for Kneehill County?
That funding can specifically be used strictly for Kneehill County.
Thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to say thank you, Ms. Hardy, for being here today and presenting. We will be discussing your request a little later on in our meeting. But
Thank you very
appreciate
much
the
for having me.
information.
Thank you very much.
Have safe travels. Thank you. The next item in our agenda is going to be 7.4. And 7.4 is Acme Fire Services Agreement for 2025. And Mr. Hogan, I believe these next items are going to be yours. So we'll deal with 7.4, the Acme Fire Services Agreement. And Mr. Hogan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next batch of items, I'll preface them with saying they're all related to ICF agreements. They're all related to intermunicipal services that we provide with neighboring municipalities. As council is aware, under the Municipal Government Act, Section 3, purposes of a municipality, one of them listed is to work collaboratively with neighboring municipalities to plan, deliver, and fund intermunicipal services. So that we engage in these discussions is actually a legal requirement of the MGA. Of course, the specific negotiations are up to the individual councils that are involved. There is a list of mandatory things that we have to talk about, of which emergency services is one. So that is the origin of where these discussions come from. The Acme ICF committee, which on the county side, in this case, was Reeve King and Deputy Reeve McGee, met with representatives from the village of Acme and went through had discussions on a number of different services. And so that the fire was one of them. As you can see in the proposed agreement that has been I'm going to try that sentence again from the beginning. As you can see from the proposed agreement that's contained in the RFD package, there are a number of changes to the fire agreement that are being proposed. None of them are in large part changing the spirit or the intent of the document. There's just a few things in there. So the The old agreement is in there in the package as well. So you can see there's been a reorganization done just to add some clarity. So there's been some rewording done on some of the sections, again, for the purposes of hopefully adding clarity. One of the things that we've also changed when the county and the Village of Acme went through this last time, we were really focused on identifying what all costs were actually committed to the fire service. And so one of the things that came out of that was wanting to really be diligent about how costs were broken down. And where I'm going with that is when we got to insurance, we said if we're jointly owning a unit, we should be jointly contributing to the insurance on it on that proportional basis. As we progress a number of years to our current state, in going through that, we've really recognized is the ease with which, if the majority owner just pays the insurance on that unit, the ease for that and not having to send invoices back and forth, there's almost no difference between doing that, and we save the work on both ends of sending invoices back and forth. And so that's just one that we've looked at and said it doesn't really make a difference if the majority share owner pays the insurance. So we're not sending Acme a bill for their portion, they're not sending us a bill for our portion. Right? So the efficiency gained by not doing that makes up for any differences in the insurance amounts. So that was one that we're proposing. The big thing is the annual amount, and so of course when we look at intermunicipal services that are jointly funded, there's obviously a costing component of that. The annual amount has been increased by 2% for 2026 with a 2% annual increase thereafter. So again, that through the discussions both in Acme and as we'll see coming up in Trochu agreements has basically been adopted as a standard across those. That being said, as these are operational agreements, any increases that you see in those would be reflected in upcoming budgets. So of course, the next one being the 2026 proposed budgets that the new council will start reviewing here near the end of the year. So that is essentially the rundown of the fire services agreement. The last key note that I would outline that's in the RFD is that there has been wording added to that any changes to the dispatch system or standard operating guidelines be done with consultation from the Fire Chiefs Committee. The Fire Chiefs Committee is a committee that is composed of representatives from each of the fire services within Kneehill County. So any change to dispatch, which is managed by the county, would have to be done through consultation with that group, so that all of the fire services and through them their municipalities would have some input or some ability to to say this is what we're hoping to find, or be involved in some capacity in that decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions with regard to the Acme Fire Services Agreement? For Mr. Hogan, or with regard to that agreement itself? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so Councillor Whitstock, please.
Just one question for you, Mr. Hogan. I noticed bush buggy the new one is yet to be determined. Do they age out at the same kind of time as engines and tenders? That 20-year time window, or?
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan, sorry.
Through the chair, there is, we generally do put that, I believe it's 20-year time frame on them.
Okay.
They do. Acme's is a little bit unique because part of their negotiation, and this is a carryover from the last one, is when the county did the last ones, we actually took 100% ownership of the bush buggies, or what we call rapid attack units. Acme had put theirs together and they didn't want to relinquish ownership of their current unit. So what part of the deal that was made is that they would retain ownership of their current unit. They would be able to dispose of it. So if they took the chassis and put it into service as a public works unit or whatever they decide to do with it, that they could do that, and the county would be the 100% funder of the replacement, which is consistent with our ownership in the other stations. So that is a unique bit of Acme's, but they do look at a timeline as well. So that date for that, there hasn't been a stamp put on it, but it is coming up.
Okay, thank you.
I know in the original agreement with Acme, we had a 15-year life on it. 2011 plus 15 would have made it 26, but I see in the new agreement, it's extended to 20 years. So potentially 2031 then?
Through the chair, and that's where, when we look at some of those, that's why we put the to be determined on that particular one, is as we come through and look at that, through the asset management component, we'll see. But we are, in general, exploring ways to get further life out of our fire units where possible, but it's not always possible, as council's aware.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, are there any further question or discussion regarding the Acme Fire Services Agreement, or are we prepared to authorize the signing of those agreements? That agreement. Councillor Penner?
If everybody's good with what's in front of him, I'd make that motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Acme Fire Services Agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Penner. So we do have a motion now to authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Acme Fire Services Agreement as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item in our agenda would be the 7.5, which is the Acme Recreational Funding Agreement for 2025. And again, Mr. Hogan, this one is yours. So if you would, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, as I talked about in the last item, having these discussions is a legal requirement of the MGA. Recreation is also one of the listed mandatory areas that we have to talk about. So in doing that, going through that discussion, what was in 2020, Kneehill County was providing $37,500 to the village. That amount's remained in place since 2020 with no increase. And so what is being looked at is an increase from that amount, or what's being, pardon me, proposed by the village. The committee looking at it felt that the amount being proposed was reasonable based on the costs that Acme had put forward to them during the meeting. So looking at a increase to $45,000 with a 2% annual escalator, which again seems to be the standard that the county's adopting across the different agreements. Had we applied the 2% escalator to the original 2020 amount, then we would have arrived around $41,000. So this is a slight increase above that, again, based on costs portrayed by the Village of Acme. When it comes to recreation funding, the county's traditional philosophy has been to provide the lump sum funding and not to get into a facility-by-facility basis. Other municipalities out there do look at facility by facility. That gets very difficult and it gets tough to actually try and portray, how many county residents are using an outdoor rink or using an arena, or, some of those facilities you can track that relatively easily. Some of them you almost have no way of tracking what the actual usage breakdown is. The other thing that the county has done has been to provide essentially the recreation funding, and it stems from not tying it to a facility, is leaving flexibility with the urbans to use that where their recreation priorities are year to year. So rather than saying X amount is for the pickleball court and X amount is for the arena and X amount is for whatever else, if the urban partner needs to put more of that funding towards replacing a roof of an arena versus a swimming pool upgrade or anything like that, then they have flexibility to move that around as long as it's being used for recreation. The other component to this agreement that I'll outline to council is that this is for operational funding only. The agreement itself does indicate that capital funding requests would come back to the county and be considered on a case-by-case basis. So this would be ongoing operational funding. The other change that was requested by Acme that the group looked at and agreed to was previously, or I should say in our existing agreements, but previously there was a minor accounting that was done each year for how the funds were spent. That item was really filed away and wasn't used for any decision making or anything like that. It was just a record that been spent on recreation. I think what we've seen in the last few years is when we get into these discussions or negotiations, we're seeing how the money is spent there. So we're not necessarily losing the overall accountability. It's just not a yearly process where they're sending us essentially a one-pager that says we use the money on swimming pool and whatever else, and we're filing that without it's not being used for any decision-making or on behalf of council or administration. So it was again seen as a small efficiency that could be gained. There's still an accountability measure when we go to renegotiate this agreement, and we can see how money was spent. So those are the main changes. Other than that, it remains a short agreement. Again, like the last one, this will present itself, if approved, it will present itself in the operating budget in future years.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions with regard to the Acme Recreational Funding Agreement and as it has been presented this morning? I'm not seeing any. So I would entertain a motion to authorize moving forward. Councillor Forbes.
I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Acme recreational agreement as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor Forbes. So we have a motion now that council authorize the Reeve and the CAO to sign the proposed Acme recreation agreement as presented. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor. And that is also carried unanimously. We might as well deal with the last one regarding Acme, which is 7.6, Acme Transfer Station Agreements. And again, Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last two before you are related agreements. Pardon me, they're technically two separate ones. One is for the Acme Transfer Station, which is, as the name implies, a transfer station that's operated by the Village of Acme, to which Kneehill County residents have access to. The second one that I'll talk about afterwards is Linden Transfer Station, which is a county station that is sometimes used by Acme residents to a much smaller amount. So these two proposed agreements in front of you govern the access and funding to those two sites by each of the relevant partners. So the Acme Transfer Station historically has been funding of $21,500. $18,500 of that was for operating, $3,000 was for capital. Pardon me. As we looked at that, again, based on numbers presented by the Village of Acme, about 50% of the usage at the Acme Transfer Station is county residents. That's consistent with the 2020 negotiations, and looking at the numbers and the cost of operating that station at roughly 50%, that's where the proposed amount comes from, is derived from 50% usage to supplying 50% of the operating cost. So what's proposed in front is an increase from the previous. You note that there's no capital allotment included in that new number. So again, capital requests would be made to council on a case-by-case basis and considered on their merits at that time. So there is an increase there of about $8,500 per year. Again, that would show up in future operating budgets. The Linden Transfer Station Agreement, there's much less use there in terms of village residents accessing that, but they do. That's been moved from $2,700 to $3,500, and that's a receivable by the county. So that's money the village is paying to the county. Again, on both of those agreements, the standard 2% escalator has been applied to both. And so if there's any questions on those two agreements, I'll field those. But if not, then I think those are the main points, which are really that residents from each party are gaining access to, or continuing to have access to those facilities.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions regarding the two transfer station access agreements, the one for Acme and the one for Linden? And of course, these agreements are with the Village of Acme. If not, I would entertain a motion to authorize the signing of those agreements. Councillor Penner?
Just to make it very clear, this is for operational, just so that the ratepayers know this is strictly operational. And I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Acme transfer station agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any discussion to that motion that we authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Acme transfer station agreement as presented? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously, and we'd be looking for one other motion. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that the council authorize the Reeve and the CAO to sign the Linden Transfer Station Access Agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Reeve McGee. So we now have a motion that we authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Linden Transfer Station Access Agreement as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item in our agenda is a delegation at 9:30. So we have a minute and 14 seconds. So we'll take a moment to allow the Three Hills Good Health Club to get organized and to we're not quite as intimidating as perhaps we would look from that seat. So Mrs. Armbruster and Stephen Raymer. Sorry.
Stephen Raymer.
Okay, Stephen Raymer. Yes. Okay, welcome here. Before we let you get started, I'll allow council and administration that's in the room to introduce themselves so you know who you're speaking to. So I'll start with Councillor Cunningham on my right, and go ahead.
Good morning, Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I'm north, south, east, west of the town of Three Hills, and thanks for coming. I know we had kind of asked you to come after last time, so appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, the Acme Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie Bennett, Division 2. I'm down in the Swalwell area.
And I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Welcome, I'm Faye McGee. I represent Division 1, which is the southeast.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4, so Torrington, Sunny Slope, so the southwest.
Good morning, Wade Christie, I'm Division 6, so I'm the northwest.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Good morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Carolyn Vanderkool, Edge Services Manager.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Good morning, folks. Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
And it's a test now. No, I'm just kidding. Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Okay, so welcome here, Ms. Armbruster and Mr. Raymer. You're here, I guess, at our request, and so thank you for doing that. And anytime you're ready to make your presentation, please go ahead.
Right. I'm Lena Armbruster, and I'm the president of the Good Health Club. And this is, you already found out, is Steve Raymer, a voting member of our club. And we thank you so much for considering our application.
So thank you for once more providing us the opportunity to present, maybe to clarify some aspects of our grant application and for our request for grant funds. The Three Hills Good Health Club has been a nonprofit since 1979, and during that time has not had any grants made before the initial attempt this year. So we've been providing healthy products since 1979, and in that time, The club has acted fiscally responsibly, not needing or requiring any grants. It has always been a society with a membership as per the Alberta Society Act. The club grew to a brick and mortar space on Main Street, which we call the Three Hills Health Food Store. The store is currently staffed by volunteers. We offer many different products, as you will see in our detailed description provided, and products not found in other stores in the area. And if any should be similar, then a healthy competition maintains balance to the members and the shoppers of Three Hills and the surrounding county. Now, in the last few years since COVID-19, the club has had some challenges, as I'm sure you've heard from others at different times. And so many other COVID-19 affected businesses, I'm sure, are at issue, but we're a nonprofit society, so we have some other challenges. And so the facility is currently in need of a furnace as per the request, and we hope you'll be gracious in attending to our plate in this time of our need. So thank you very much for your time and consideration, and if there are any questions, we'd be happy to do our best to answer. We're, of course, volunteers as well, so we'll do what we can.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll give council an opportunity. If there are questions, we know that your grant application will be dealt with a little bit later in our meeting. So are there questions from council for our presenters? Councillor Phobes, please.
If the funding is approved, how will you move forward with replacing it on your own in the future?
Well, first off, I guess we've had this one for 22 years, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's kind of past its lifespan. And during that 22 years, we had COVID-19. So we faced a number of challenges in the middle, and to maintain the kind of functioning that we've done for the whole 46 years without requesting anything in the past, I think we'll still be in a position to move forward with the new board. We've got an invigoration of the board. We've got people who are involved that are doing their best to bring about answers to challenges everybody faces in having stores open in this climate. You know, we've got tariff challenges, we've got a number of different issues, but at the same time, we have the opportunity to bring a lot of different providers in. At our club meetings, for instance, we have some discussions about live blood analysis, where we had demonstrations done. We had thermography presentation. That's just the first two meetings for this sort of fiscal year. And in both cases, that means that those people have been open to coming into the store and providing those services from the store so that people don't have to travel to Red Deer to do it. So we're looking at doing different things in the store to invigorate what's happening there. And everybody believes in this so much that all the voting members just last month voted to give back our discount until such time as we're in a place where everything is sorted out. And so you have beneficial interest being granted back to the store, and everybody basically pouring themselves into being a benefit to the county and the community at large.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any further questions? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Not a question, just more of a comment. I think we're living in a world where we're trying to keep some storefronts open when we're all competing with Amazon, shall we say. So I do really appreciate it, and I think it's important to note that, like you said, you folks don't take a wage from the store, that you folks are all volunteers, right? So yeah, really do appreciate that, so.
Any further questions? Okay, Councillor Christie.
I guess my question would be, you own the building or you lease the building?
We own the building.
Okay, thank you.
And as to the name, it's, you know, it says Three Hills Health Food Store. And because we're in Three Hills. But for the county's sake, we went through our records and found that our membership is 42% from the county. And we also have a lot of seniors who don't want to be online, who find it very beneficial to have a store right here in town when they're right downtown doing things, to be able to come in, who are ratepayers for the county that might be in the facilities for old age. So it's a service to a community that's very much involved in the county as well as the town.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, so thank you both for being here this morning, particularly since it was our request, and appreciate you coming and presenting and making the request for council.
Thank you so much.
And we trust the rest of your day will go well, and we'll be having a conversation around your application here in a little bit.
We look forward to a good result. Thanks.
You're welcome, and thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
All right, since we're in the middle of discussions around service agreements, I think we'll continue that conversation, and we'll move to 7.7, which is, maybe just before we do that, does anyone wish to have a break? We're good? All right, so we're at 7.7, the Trochu Fire Services Agreement for 2025. And Mr. Hogan, again, I believe this is you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you, again, similar to the agreements that we just went through with Acme, these are discussions related to ICF agreements. Again, reinforcing that as per the Municipal Government Act, going into these discussions with our neighboring municipalities is a legal requirement. The actual negotiations, again, are up to the individual councillors, their councils that take part. For the Trochu Intermunicipal Framework Negotiation Committee, in this case, it was comprised of Reeve King and councillors Cunningham, Phobes, and Christie. And so those were the contingent that met with their counterparts from Trochu to look at the few agreements that are in front of you, or to place them into generally what was wanting to be achieved and to have administration go back and do that accordingly. The fire services agreement that is in front of you, you note, is in large part very much the same as the Acme one that we just looked at. So again, the same reorganizations, the same type of changes around insurance, the inclusion of the fire chief, a consultation with the fire chiefs committee when it comes to things like dispatch, and that was actually a request of the town of Trochu. So that is as we see there, the one change that you'll see is, of course, in the funding level. What we've done, or what has been come up with, is that the funding level would remain the same with, again, that 2% escalator applied to it. The town of Trochu did ask for actually a 4% escalator on all of their agreements, to which our committee said, no, the county's not interested in that. Our standard is 2. That was accepted by Trochu, that we would stick with the 2. And that is what has led to the agreement that is in front of you. Again, these agreements would show up in operating budgets in the future. The funding level for this one is similar, with going into 2026 would be a 2% escalation on 2025.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions with regard to this agreement? I'm not. Councillor Christie.
Just a comment, it was a way easier discussion for half an hour than it was the last time around, and we appreciate that very much. So I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and the CEO to sign the proposed Trochu Fire Service Agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christie, for that motion, that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Trochu Fire Services Agreement as presented. Any discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item would be the 7.8, which is Hamlet Curbside Garbage Collection Agreement for 2025. And again, Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an agreement that is unique to Trochu. So as council is aware, the garbage pickup that is done in the Kneehill County hamlets is we contract the town of Trochu to do that. This is the agreement that governs that service provision. So as council looks at this and works our way through it, really it's the same, I say really it's the same, it is the same agreement as in the past. Just with the updated numbers, again, the 2% escalator has been applied. Like the other Trochu agreements, 4% was asked for. The county said no, we'd look at 2%. That was accepted. And so if the county wishes to continue that service and wishes to maintain Trochu as a contractor to provide Hamlet or garbage pickup in the hamlets, then we're recommending that this agreement be adopted.
Okay, thank you for that. So are there any questions with regard to the Hamlet Curbside Garbage Collection Agreement as has been presented here this morning? If not, again, I would entertain a motion to approve and authorize the signatures of the Reeve and CAO on this agreement. Councillor Phobes.
Just quicker. I make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Hamlet Curbside Collection and Disposal of Waste Agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you for that motion, Councillor Phobes. So the motion is that we authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Hamlet Curbside Collection and Disposal of Waste Agreement as presented. Any discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. And again, Mr. Hogan, if you would please, 7.9, which is the Trochu Recreation Funding Agreement.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, continuing that theme of mandatory discussions that we have with neighboring municipalities, recreation is one of the listed mandatory services we have to talk about. Kneehill County traditionally has provided recreation services or recreation funding to our urban neighbors for quite some time. This is a continuation of that. Again, looking at the 2% escalator that's attached to current funding. So again, not a huge increase, but a very slight one that would appear in future operating budgets. The one thing that I will point out about this agreement with Trochu that is the unique component of it is the clause in there that we maintain the Trochu area recreation special levy. That, of course, is a bylaw that the county has that stems from a citizen, basically a citizen initiative from many, many, many years ago. That has been still in place. So that area around Trochu is the only place where that occurs, and that's why you see this uniqueness in their agreement. It's a request in Trochu that funding be continued. And I believe the RFD outlines that in 2025, that funding amount through that special levy was just under $60,000. And so again, this is looking at maintaining the costs that we're essentially already incurring, and with the 2% escalator each year, which again, as is the theme, would show up in future operating budgets.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. So if there are any questions with regard to the Trochu Recreation Funding Agreement. And again, if not, I would definitely entertain a motion to authorize the signatures on that agreement. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Trochu Recreation Agreement as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. So we do have a motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Trochu Recreation Agreement as presented. Is there any discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is approved unanimously. Thank you. One more, 7.10, Trochu Transfer Station Agreement. And again, Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Okay. Through Mr. Chair, again, this one is for the Trochu Transfer Station, so a facility that's operated by the town of Trochu, which Kneehill County residents have access to. So the proposed agreement is a replacement for an agreement that expired this year that has been in place historically for quite some time, and that's essentially providing funding which allows Kneehill County residents to access the Trochu Transfer Station on the same basis as town residents do. So similar to the other agreements, this is looking at a yearly operating amount that's increased by 2%, and the proposed agreement that is in front of you represents a $478 increase from the current year. So in order to maintain that service and continue to allow county residents to access facilities operated by the town of Trochu, we're recommending that council authorize the Reeve and myself to sign this agreement for spanning the next few years.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hogan, are there any questions with regard to the Trochu Transfer Station agreement? If not, I again would entertain a motion to authorize the signing of that agreement. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just have to throw in there, with this being the last agreement we have to sign, I really am impressed that we're down to being very conservative with our budget, with only 2% increases. I think that needs to be noted, and well done to all those who participated in making that happen, to keep it very reasonable. And with that, I'd like to make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the proposed Trochu Recreation Agreement as presented.
Transfer Station.
Transfer station, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong item.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee, and I'm assuming that you made the motion that council authorize the Reeve and CAO to sign the Trochu Transfer Station Agreement as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Since we have a couple of delegations and photo opportunities coming at 10 o'clock, I am going to suggest that we be in recess until 10. So we are in recess until 10 a.m. Carolyn? Okay. So it is 10:05, and I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. We took a brief pause to get some pictures taken. Town of Trochu Housing Corporation was here, and we presented them with a ceremonial check for $300,000. I told them not to cash that one, but to look for the other one, and I believe they've already received that. And then we also had a photo opportunity with Miss Weigum, Sarah Weigum, Canada's Outstanding Young Farmer Award winner. So welcome here, and maybe be appropriate, I'm going to call you Sarah. Miss Weigum. Miss Weigum seems so formal. No, welcome here, and tell us about your experience. Just get you to push the button so the mic turns red in front of you. There you go.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you very much. Thanks for inviting me here today. So my experience was last July, approximately. I actually attended the provincial awards or presentations in Olds, and while I was there, I saw some friends of mine from the industry who were past winners of both the Alberta and the Canada Outstanding Young Farmer, and they said, "How old are you?" So I qualified for the age maximum at that point. So they nominated me for the award, and I thought, okay, yeah, I can do this. And then you get the awards, all the things you have to do, and it's quite a lot of work, just a long written answer. You have to include some comparative financials from when you started farming till the current year, and prepare a presentation. So I kind of fell off my radar from July till after harvest, and then I thought, oh, I've probably missed the deadline. But the coordinators for Alberta actually reached out to me again and said, hey, you know, we're still taking nominations or applications, so I had that submitted by the beginning of March. And then, yeah, the provincial event was in Olds again in July, at the end of July. And so nominees have to meet with judges who've already read your application package, and they sort of ask some more in-depth questions about your business operation. And then you do a presentation, about a 15-minute presentation with just pictures of your operation to all the guests that are attending. And you can take a few questions from the audience sometimes there. And then they announced the winner. So yeah, it was really a great experience. I know a lot of the people that attend are alumni who've either won or been nominated in past years. And I know a few of them, and I got to know some new people. So yeah, it's a really warm, inviting group, and I felt really honored to be nominated and to get to represent Alberta in the national competition next month.
Well, certainly as council, we are very happy to congratulate you as well. And I guess I was going to give an opportunity for council to speak to your achievement as well, if they wish. So if anyone wishes to make comment, Councillor Christie.
On behalf of the Ag Service Board, congratulations, and I appreciate very much your business and how you run it and your community involvement. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Wade.
Councillor Penner.
Congratulations, and I want to wish you all the best. And thank you for acknowledging that your business is in Kneehill County. I've heard that over and over, and I watch your little presentations and everything, and you are a very proud Kneehill County resident, so thank you, and we're very proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a great place to run a business, and especially to be a farmer. I think we're pretty lucky to farm where we do, and so yeah, I'm always happy to just show appreciation for the community that we have here.
Councillor Cunningham, if you wish.
So, yeah, thank you for coming, and I was very honored to bring this forward to council. You are a Kneehill County resident, but you're also Division 5, so I'm pretty proud of that as well. And, you know, there's a lot of work that Sarah does. I think that a lot of people don't know some of the writing that you do is very awesome, so check that out, what Sarah does. So, yeah, we want to wish you all the best as you and your parents travel to Toronto next month. And as was mentioned, the work that Sarah does and her family, longtime farm family in our community. I know, like, for example, Harvest for Kids last month, Sarah's involved with that. So yeah, again, just congratulations on this and best of luck in Toronto, and we're proud to call you our own.
Thanks, Arlie.
Councillor Popes?
We're all young at heart, does not matter the age.
Yeah.
The best part is I love that you're gonna be able to represent the province as well, not just our county, but the province as well in a more national voice. So I do appreciate that, and thank you. I couldn't be more proud. You're not my child, but I could feel like you could be.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the national event, kind of a similar structure, but more intense, I think, than the provincial one. So we'll present our presentation a couple times. They warned me that judging will be a lot tougher. The questions will be harder at the national event. So I'm actually meeting with the provincial alumni group next week they want to kind of go over my presentation and give me some tips, and I can change my presentation from the provincial to the national one, so I can tweak it with a little coaching. So that's kind of what will be in store for me in Toronto.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I want to thank you. You quickly, when I moved to this area, your family became one of the stars of the area of how to model good farming practices, and I really appreciated all the learning that you did just by existing the way you do as a family. But in addition to that, I've been in awe about how much you have contributed to our community and how much you've contributed to ag in general. You are truly someone that we need in this province, and we're so fortunate to have you represent us in Canada. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thanks, Faye.
And Councillor Woodstock.
Well, congratulations, Sarah. All the best in Toronto. There's been a lot of stuff said already, so I'm not going to repeat it.
Okay.
But I love the idea that you are going to represent not only the province, but Kneehill County when you end up in Toronto. And I think that's really going to put you on the map, and I think that's the important thing. And all the best with spring seeding.
Thank you. Yeah. Got some ways
It's
to go.
going to be different than this year, maybe.
Yeah. Every year's different.
So, again, just want to congratulate you on being named Alberta's Outstanding Young Farmer. And I know, based on things you've done in the past, you'll do very well. And it's probably a little more intense than maybe appearing on Jeopardy to have to go down there and make a presentation. But I have full confidence in your ability to represent Alberta well and to represent our community, Kneehill County, well. And so, again, just congratulations. And we have a small token of appreciation from us as a county and council to you in recognition of your award, and then just our best wishes going forward for your trip to Toronto, for sure. So congratulations again.
Thank you for so much, everybody. Thank you. All right. Sure. All right. Shall I go?
You are excused.
Do you feel like we're like whoosh?
Yeah, that's great. Right on time. Okay, have a great rest of your meeting.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
good
Sarah.
luck to
Good
the
luck.
election.
Good luck. Seems a shame to go back to regular business now. All right. I think what we will do at this point is go backwards in our agenda to 7.1, which is the Community Grants Round 2 presentation. And I'm going to ask you, Ms. Vanderkool, if you would be so kind to take that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So good morning, Council and Mr. Chairman. Today I bring you the Community Grants for Nonprofit Organizations Round 2. Round 2 deadline was on Wednesday, October 1st. There are a total of 9 eligible applications received. The total amount of grant requests received is $29,215. There is currently $34,806 in grant funding available. You're wondering, how do we have so much money in this grant? Well, I will tell you. Each year, $30,000 is budgeted for the community grant program. In round one, council awarded $7,825, leaving $22,175 in the community grant fund. As of September 30th, there was $12,631 remaining in the Rural Community Hall Capital Grant. According to that policy, any unallocated funds from this program after September 30th are rolled into the community grant program. That's how we got to the $34,806. I will now read through all the applications, and if you have any questions regarding any of these applications, please feel free to ask me. So the first application we have is from the Torrington-Winborne Play School Association.
Thank you.
The Torrington-Winborne Play School Association is looking for funds to replace the flooring on their stairway and classroom. The total project cost is $8,200, and they're requesting $4,100 in funding from the county. Application number 2 is from our favorite friends, the Winborne Community Center. The Winborne Community Center was not eligible for the 2025 Rural Hall Capital Project, as they received funds in 2024 for their hall renovation project. However, they saw an opportunity to build a new entrance structure and decided to apply for a community grant to nonprofit and put in 50% of their contributions to this project. The Rural Hall Capital Grant, you only have to invest 25%, so they're investing 50% into this project. The total project cost is $14,600, and they're requesting $6,600 from the county. The third application is from the Kneehill Minor Volleyball Association. They are seeking funds for volleyballs and uniforms. The total project cost is $6,700, and they're requesting $1,200 from the county. The Trochu and District Agriculture Society is also seeking funds for their outdoor arena footing replacement project. The total project cost is $12,200, and they are requesting $6,100 in funding from the county. The Kneehill Housing Corporation is seeking funding for a hydrotherapy program for seniors. The total project cost is $1,200, and they are seeking funds in the amount of $600. The Three Hills Curling Club is looking to purchase new equipment for their junior curling program. The total cost of their project is $2,000, and they are requesting $1,000 from the county. The Three Hills Good Health Club, we just heard them earlier today. They are requesting funding to replace their HVAC system. They previously applied in round 1, but were not approved. At that time, council noted at a presentation from the organization, council noted at that time a presentation from the organization would have been helpful in the decision-making process, encouraged them to reapply with a presentation in round 2. The total project cost is $16,189, and the organization is requesting $8,094 in grant funding. The Three Hills Figure Skating Club is looking for funds to go towards their year-end carnival. The total project cost is $2,000, and they are requesting $1,000 in funding. And lastly, the Hillside Lanes Bowling Society is looking for funding to help cover the cost of replacing the motherboard for their existing furnace. The total project is $1,041, and they're requesting $520.51 in funding. That concludes my review of the application. Council has the options today to approve all 9 applications totaling $29,215, or they have the option to select certain applications. But please remember that in the policy under 5.2, it states that grant funding will be approved in the full amount requested or not approved at all. Council has the option to defer this decision, also to allow administration to bring further information. That's the end of my report. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderkoel. Okay, before we get into the individual, well, before we designate whether we're a yes or no, are there any specific questions to any of these applications that you would like more information on before we actually start our conversation around whether we would approve or not? So are there questions from council regarding the applications, anyone in general or specifics? Deputy Reeve McGee.
The figure skating having their year-end event, does that, I'm having troubles with whether or not that fits the definition of a project, because I think that's an annual part of how they run their club. And I just would love to hear other people's perspective on that, because I'm struggling with whether or not that meets our idea of what this grant's for.
Okay, anyone wishing to make comment on that request for support? And go ahead, Councillor Penner, please.
I guess, you know, it is a tough one, but you think when the Kneehill 4-H came forward, we take it out of here too, don't we? Is it, or not? For their year-end stuff.
Ms. Vanderpool.
The Kneehill 4-H always requests funding for us to, for their programs each year for their sale day. And that comes out of the youth grant.
Sorry, that's what the, yeah.
Okay. Did that help at all? Deputy McGee, you're raising the question, so I guess I'm looking for clarification from you.
Well, at this time, I'm really struggling with whether or not that meets what we mean. And all the other examples that we've given them a grant, it has, because it was a specific project for that. But part of your operational programming isn't truly a project. Now, if it was for a program for the carnival, I think we could suggest the other grant like we did for the other program, but it's just overall for the carnival, and I'm just struggling with that, and I don't know how much merit I have with it, but.
Okay, I guess you could, is there anything we could do to further clarify, or I guess you have an opportunity to indicate your support or lack thereof when we go to the voting side of things, so. Oh, sorry, Ms. Vanderkool, I'm sorry.
I had a struggle with this one as well, but I also, they also have the opportunity to apply for the youth grant as well. We have lots of funding still left in that grant program if you deny them this opportunity.
It's in my mind, that's a more appropriate place for this to be, but that's just my opinion. We can decide on the vote time, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? I guess I had one, and it relates to the hydrotherapy program for seniors. And my question relates to, I guess, the length of time of which this program is going to run, and is the likelihood they'll be coming back for repeat support, or is there potential that they're looking to fund that program going forward in a different way other than through us? And I don't know if you have any information on that or not, so.
I don't have much information on that, but I think it's like a pilot program that they're just seeing if it's going to work, and then I don't know what they're going to do after, if they are going to continue with it.
Okay. No, that's good, thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, does that mean we're prepared to poll and give our responses? Yes, Councillor Cunningham, that's absolutely.
Can I just clarify back to the 3 Hills Figure Skating Club? Like, I just pulled up policy 15-3. Like, is there anything in this application that they're going against policy by this activity? Like, I just want to clarify that.
No, that's where I struggle, because they really don't, because like Councillor McGee says that this is an annual event that they put on, but they don't have to put it on. So it could just be a program that they're doing this year. So nothing in the policy states that it's not legitimate, like it's not eligible.
Deputy Reed McGee.
And for
clarify.
me, that's why I'm asking for help with the interpretation, because for me, eligibility, 1.D, have a project-based initiative that is not operational. And for me, your year-end regularly event, many clubs have them. We're gonna have 100 clubs come in for the regular annual year-end event. And I don't think that's a special project. I think that's an operational project. And that's where I'm struggling.
Okay, thanks for the clarification on both sides. Again, I don't want to rush this process. I do want to give you time to ask the questions that are in your mind. If not, I'm going to suggest that we begin with the polling. And we're not going to necessarily do Division 1 always first. We're going to do the alternating, so we're going to start with the Torrington-Wimborne Play School Association and their request for $4,100, which is new flooring for the play school room. And I'm going to start with you, if you would, please, Councillor Christie.
With what they do with the money in that hall, I'm a yes.
Okay. Councillor Forbes, please.
I'm a yes as well.
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
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 Okay, thank you. So the Wimborne Community Center has also made an application to build a new entrance structure. They're requesting $6,600 out of a $14,600 budget. And Councillor Forbes, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be first.
I'm a yes on this. The volunteers in this community center are amazing, so I would always be a yes for that.
Deputy Reed McGee.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 Okay, thank you for that. The next item on our list is the Kneehill Minor Volleyball Association and their requests for volleyball and uniform potential money. They're requesting $1,200 out of a $6,700 budget. Deputy Reed McGee, I'll give you opportunity.
I'm impressed with requesting such a small amount of their budget, and I'm a yes.
I'm also a yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and I'm just hoping that this will go through with the strike happening. The program will still exist.
It's club.
It's club. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Yes.
My daughter participated in club for this, so I'm a yes on it, but it's outside of school, so.
Yeah, so these programs generally operate outside of any school timing. They may use a school facility, but they're not necessarily a part of school programming, so. Well, they had an alumni volleyball tournament in Trochu this past weekend, and they used the school, so.
Good to know.
And one of our employees who works in economic development happened to take part in that tournament, and it wasn't Mrs. Gerbrandt. The next one is the Trochu District Ag Society request for outdoor arena footing replacement. Their total project is $12,200, sorry, and they're requesting $6,100 as funding from us, and I'll start, and I'm going to say yes. Councillor Petter.
I'm a yes.
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 Okay, thank you for that. So the next one is the Kneehill Housing Corporation and the hydrotherapy program for seniors. The cost of the program is $1,200, and they're requesting a $600 support from us. And Councillor Penner, I'll let you go first.
I'm going to be very interested to see what comes out of this, but I am a yes for sure.
Yes.
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 No.
And I'm also a yes, so The next item on this one is the Three Hills Curling Club. They are requesting new equipment for the junior curling program. The total budget is $2,000, and they're requesting a contribution of $1,000 from us. And Councillor Whitstock, if you would go first, please.
I think it's a great idea to have a junior program for kids that are that 8 to 17 because they can still learn and they can do a fantastic job in the end. So I'm saying yes.
Councillor Cunningham.
Great way to encourage our youth, so I am a yes.
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 Councillor
I have to throw in there, my husband and I did run the junior program many years ago, and the applicant was one of the people that was in it, so it's really fun to see it come around to give, so I'm a clear yes.
I'm also a yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the next item in our list of requests is from the Three Hills Good Health Club. Their total project cost is $16,189, and they're requesting $8,094.50 from us. And so, Councillor Cunningham, I believe you get the opportunity to go first on this one.
I appreciated them coming in and clarifying for myself, so I am a yes.
I appreciate that they're keeping downtown alive, so I'm a yes.
I'm a no.
Deputy Reid McGee.
Yes.
I had some concerns about this one, and I hope that they have a plan long-term in how they're going to maintain their facility beyond just specifically grant applications. But I also recognize that they're putting in half of the costs and that they are foregoing some benefit to the members. So I'm going to say yes.
I am a yes.
Councillor
I
Whitson.
had a couple of concerns because there was only one quote, but regardless of, yes.
Okay, thank you. The next one is the request from the Three Hills Skating Club, looking for $1,000 towards a $2,000 project for basically their year-end carnival, and they're looking for costumes, I guess it is. So.
No, they're looking for their year-end carnival.
Oh, for the year-end carnival? Okay. All right. I think it's you, Councillor Christie. You
I'm
get to
supportive
start
of this
one.
program, but I'd like to see it come out of the youth grant, so I'd say no for this one.
I would agree with this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also no youth program.
I struggled with this one a little bit, and if there is an alternative program, I think we should encourage them to apply there. I'm going to say yes, even though I think they should be applying under a different program.
I'm all for helping them, but I'd like to see it under the youth grant.
And I also struggled with this one, but I don't believe that it fits the criteria for our community grants. But I would encourage them to apply if there's another program that will work for them. So no.
And I'm a yes.
All right, so the sentiment is that likely they should be applying under a different program, and we all recognize that. Okay. The last one is an application from the Three Hills, or not Three Hills, sorry, the Hillside Lanes Bowling Society. And they're asking for help to get a new motherboard for their existing furnace. The project is $1,041.02, and they're asking for $520.51. And Councillor Forbes, I believe you get the opportunity to be first go.
I'm a yes.
Deputy Reid McGee.
I'm yes.
I'm going to say yes.
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 Yes, I hope it fixes their problem.
and not buy a motherboard and find out it doesn't work. And Ms. Vanderkool, I'll just note that on the 3 Hills Skating Club, there was actually 2 yeses rather than just the one. Okay, so it looks to me like that was the last one that we needed to go through, and the end result, Ms. Vanderkool, is we are going to dispense how much money in grants? 18,600, is that correct? That doesn't look correct. See, I think it should be 28,515, 215, sorry, and 1 cent. Yeah, $28,215.01.
Correct.
Approved.
And so the balance we have left is $6,590.99 in that community grant funding.
So that's in the community, so that's in both the funds, right? So the community grant program and the rural community hall grant.
That's
capital
correct.
grant.
That's combining the both of them. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so now what we would be looking for then would be a motion that council approve the recommended grant applications totaling $28,215.01. Someone care to make that motion? Okay, thank you, Councillor Whitstock. So we have a motion that council approve the grant applications specified this morning totaling $28,215.01. Any further conversation, discussion related to that motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Vanderkool.
Would council actually wish to make a motion today to grant the 3 Hills Figure Skating Club allocations from the youth sponsorship? I'm just trying to find out how much we have left in that. I know we have quite a bit, so take me 2 seconds to find that number.
You're up to 4.
Almost there, almost there. We got $7,800 left in that budget allocation.
Councillor Forbes, if you would, please.
I would make that motion.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're making a motion to grant $1,000 to the 3 Hills Skating Club from with funds to come from the Youth Sponsorship Grant Program. And that's to go towards costumes and whatever for their year-end carnival. Okay, Councillor Forbes, your motion reads that council grant $1,000 to the 3 Hills Skating Club with funds to come from the Youth Sponsorship Grant Program to go towards their year-end carnival.
Correct.
Okay. You're satisfied with that motion? Any discussion to the motion that's in front of us to grant that $1,000? Yes, Ms. Vanderkool first, and then Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just had never mind, I just had a thought. Because with the community grants, you have to put 50% down. I with a youth, you can just, they're getting the same amount. So never mind, I just had a stupid thought. Their total project is 2,000. I don't know if you're willing to put the 2,000 without putting their 50% down, or.
I think that, I mean, it's up to council. Deputy McGee, you were first up.
So, answering that partially, actually, my concern is there isn't a specification of what they want for the year-end carnival, and I still have a problem with it being part of the regular activities, as many organizations have a year-end something. And are we comfortable with that being how we utilize funds for just an open-ended year-end event? Because, you know, maybe that's just for future reference, that we ask for clarity about what specifically this would be for, and we'll just overlook it. I'm willing to overlook it today, but I really think this is a bad precedent, because it should be for what is specifically being offered. An open-ended year-end event is just, that's too broad. I worry about that.
So in their grant application, they stated the purpose and the function for the grant to be costumes and costume accessories for our can skate program, which will be worn for the year-end carnival. 35 can skaters at $50 per costume, and accessories for each of our can skaters, 35 times $5. So they did very specifically outline, which is why I said earlier it was for costumes, and it is for their year-end carnival. So it's very specific what they asked us for.
Thanks for the clarity.
Not a problem. Any other conversation or discussion related to the motion, which is to grant the $1,000 that was requested, but through the youth sponsorship grant program? Councillor Cunningham.
I'm in total favor of this. It's like when we've given money to hockey teams that are going to provincials, it's kind of the end of the line for the work that they've done all year, and it's the big prize at the end. And as a former skater and coach of this organization, actually, it is a big deal. It is the biggest thing of the year for them. They work the whole year. They work very hard, parents, coaches, the kids, and it is a big celebration for them. So yeah, I'm 100% in favor of this.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion to the motion that council grant $1,000 to the Three Hills Skating Club with funds to come from the Youth Sponsorship Grant Program to go towards their year-end carnival? I'm not seeing any. Are you prepared for the question? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right. So the next item in our agenda is disposition of delegation and public hearing business. And that would be item 8.1 on our agenda, junior achievement of Southern Alberta. And Ms. Kester, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm here today after Ms. Hardy's presentation this morning on the junior achievement of Southern Alberta. They'll be having their World of Choices event, hopefully end of October, but it might be delayed until December. And I plan to attend that and share with the students attending my experience as someone who grew up in the area, went back for education, and then came back. So I think it will be good to represent and retain that youth message to them. So as per the delegation this morning, it's a nonprofit organization that provides access to quality financial literacy, work readiness, and entrepreneurial programs to youth up to grade 12. And the programming is provided at no cost to schools or families, as programs are delivered in class by educators and trained professionals. And as a county, we have provided annual financial contribution in the past. In 2012, it was $2,500, 2016, $3,000 per year. for 3 years, and then in 2019, 3,000 per year for 3 years, and 2022, 3,000 per year for 3 years. So the 3-year funding provided to the Junior Achievement of Southern Alberta, it will deliver 91 programs to students throughout the East Central region. So for this year and next year, we are expected to deliver 35 programs and reach 768 students throughout Kneehill County. And as Ms. Hardy said, this funding will go directly to our Kneehill County students. So they'll continue to provide access to quality programs with this funding that further develop youth skills in entrepreneurship, workforce readiness, and financial literacy. So these programs are more critical than ever to ensure our youth can adapt and thrive in today's complex and rapidly changing world. These skills translate into a strong and thriving workforce and community. So the financial that they're asking is the $5,000 per year to be allocated to the economic development operating budget for the next 3 years. And should the opportunity and capacity be available, economic development will support program delivery within Kneehill County. So your options today are that you provide a contribution of $5,000 per year for 3 years from the economic development operating budget, or you accept as information. And I recommend that you provide the contribution of $5,000 per year for 3 years from our budget.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kester. Questions from council or discussion? Thoughts? Councillor Cunningham.
So this is a great program, and excuse me, it aligns with our strategic plan of supporting the youth in Kneehill County, so I'm 100% for it. I'm guessing, I just noticed it's $2,000 more than we gave last time per year. So I'm assuming the cost of everything, like everything in this world, has gone up. So I should have asked her when she was here, but if you ladies know if that's kind of in alignment, it's costing more to deliver the program, I'm assuming.
Through the chair, I don't know specifically, but my guess is the same thing. Everything's just gone up, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, other questions or discussion from council? Councillor Penner.
This program is a very good program. I think I've said it for the last 8 years, or they've only been here every third year or whatever, but my kids went through it. Now, it's an excellent program. I just wish more teachers would jump on the bandwagon. That's the most frustrating part here, but I guess it's up to us to ask administration in the schools if they're taking advantage of this, because we're putting good money into this program. So that has been my biggest frustration for the last 8 years, is getting teachers on board to ask for help, even if they don't implement these classes themselves, get volunteers to help them. But it's a phenomenal program. I'm 100% behind it.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
One of my few notes is to pass on to the next councillor from Division 6 that we need it in the Trochu school.
Any other comments or discussion related to the request to provide funding for the Junior Achievement Program? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council provide a contribution of $5,000 per year for 3 years from the Economic Development Operating Budget.
All right, so we have a motion that council provide a contribution of $5,000 per year for 3 years from the Economic Development Operating Budget. Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any further discussion to the motion? Any further discussion? Councillor Woodstock.
Not really discussion, but I just did a little math, and it works out to about $6.50 per kid. That is way more value than what it actually costs. So I fully support it.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Kester.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, the next item on our agenda, if I haven't missed anything, is 9.1, which would be council and committee reports. And we're going to start with you, Councillor Christie.
There you go. I attached the monthly report, loans report, and the small business week is next week, I believe. So I wanted that to highlight that. The fourth quarter of the Heart of the Community program is now open for nominations. The winner of the third quarter was Luft Industries out of Bicycle, and their community involvement is truly amazing. To date, there's over 180 businesses have been nominated with all the programs, so that's enlightened all of those businesses, so that's really been very, very positive, so it's been really good. I've enjoyed my time with Community Futures very, very much. I told them it was my last meeting, and then they made me a member at large on their investment review committee, so I'm still involved on there, so appreciate that.
You should have kept quiet through the whole meeting and then.
Or several meetings.
Well, no, thank you for that, Councillor Christie, and we as council appreciate your contributions with Community Future Wild Rose for sure, and beyond that as well, so thank you. So the next item would be 9.2, which is Councillor Cunningham in just Division 5. So go ahead, please, Councillor Cunningham.
So just Kneehill Housing, we had our fall fling at the Golden Hills Lodge on Saturday, the 27th. Excellent turkey and ham lunch, great silent auction with lots of great prizes and bake sales. And it's just really good to see everybody visiting and enjoying the beautiful fall day, community members, residents, family, staff. So just thanks to all of them for that. The hiring committee with Kneehill Housing is currently working on going through the resumes and hopefully have that new CEO hired soon. And I know Councillor Forbes and I will get we have our last meeting tomorrow, so we'll make sure that council receives the last minutes that we have. And just quickly, October 3rd, attended the Central RMA meeting at Pheasant Back Golf Course. Again, it's always good to chat with fellow council members, some of them that aren't returning, so it was good to have last conversations with them. And David Yeager was one of the speakers. He's a special advisor to the Premier talking about mature asset strategy. I don't think it's anything none of us haven't heard before. Seems to be an ongoing issue, so I'll leave it at that. Leanne Wagner, she's the Chief Operating Officer of Primary and Preventative Health Services. She spoke about the changes to the Ministry of Health. I know I keep kind of an eye on this, and she spoke to the fact that they kind of did an independent study to look to see if there is a need for more hospitals in Alberta. And what they've really found is actually there's a lot of folks that are in hospital that actually should be in long-term care. So they really feel that the beds and the spaces are there, just the people are not in the right spaces that they need to be in. So anyways, it's a big job. I'm glad it's not my job, but work in progress, I guess. So, and again, we had Sarah Weigum here today. I just wanted to mention that I thought Kneehill County did an excellent job on the Facebook presentation for Sarah and Alexi. So I just wanted to say thank you to that. So, and I just wanted to say thank you to Division 5 for placing your trust in me, and I look forward to getting things going on October 28th.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have two comments. One is they're not worried about building hospitals, but they're also not building too many extended care beds in Alberta. And it's like pulling hen's teeth to get that to happen. And secondly, the most positive thing I took out of Mr. Yeager's presentation is the fact that they no longer consider municipal taxes as being the reason that these companies are in financial trouble, which is finally a delightful admission from the province. So I was very pleased with what I heard there too. So thank you, Councillor Cunningham. 9.3, Aqua 7, Councillor Whitstone.
Alrighty, well, it's been a long time since I gave a report from Aqua 7, basically because everything's been running really well there. And can't report on stuff that's Not a problem. I guess we went through our draft budget. We're just looking at it. Haven't approved, unapproved, but it's about $2.5 million is what we're looking at. About $100,000 more than the 25 budget. We have appointed our auditor, RMS Canada LLP. We did put it out for tender, from what I gather. The other numbers came in higher, and I'm not going to speak to how much higher because sometimes that's not a great place to go. Maintenance and repair budget is up a bit. We had an issue with, well, laptops are starting to get old, computers or whatever, starting to get old, so we're looking, well, we had to replace it to keep the system running the way it's supposed to. We are looking at probably doing some sort of a SCADA upgrade because all of that machinery is outdated, but we are applying for a grant to see if we can have that happen. And there is some issues with manganese in the line. It's from the scouring. It's coming off the side of the pipe, so we're looking at maybe putting in filters at reservoir sites. It's not really, it can be an issue, but it hasn't really been that much of an issue. We've managed to bleed some of that stuff off when it does become a problem. And anything you do to a water system is expensive. Well, anything you do to anything is expensive, but this isn't, I think to pig the line was gonna be what, $5 million or something? 4 million? Can't remember. You know, Mr. Hogan?
One of the options was north of 5.
North of 5, yeah. Well, that option is off the table. But anyway, I guess if you have any questions, by all means, you can ask me. I can try to answer them, but Aqua 7's doing its thing.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Wistock. So are there any questions regarding the council and committee reports? If not, I would entertain a motion to receive council and committee reports for information as presented. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Thank you. So we have a motion that council accept for information the council and committee reports as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is council follow-up action list. And this is Mr. Zier's favorite time of a council meeting. Because I usually ask the question about what's happening in Huxley. And so I'm going to ask that question. I know you gave me a bit of an update, but nobody heard that update. So if you wouldn't mind, please.
Yes, very good, thank you. So through the chair, just an update on the Huxley wastewater installation there. So we have had a kickoff meeting with the contractor last week. Just to remind everyone, it's the installation of 100 meters of force main and then 4 cleanouts throughout the community to ensure that we can do some flushing and clean out of that sanitary system in the future. The contractor is intending to move on site this week. We're just finalizing the communication piece for the residents, which we'll hand deliver to each residence as well as put on our website and that sort of thing. I'm still expecting this project to be done in the next month or so here.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions with regard to the council follow-up action list that need to be clarified? If not, then I would entertain a motion to receive the follow-up action list for information. Councillor Forbes.
So moved.
So we have a motion from Councillor Forbes to receive the council follow-up action list for information as it has been presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Now, I don't normally like extended closed sessions, but today we're going to have an extended closed session. We're in closed session for 4 items. The first one being third-party business, Access to Information Act, Section 19. Second one being Section 20, harmful to personal privacy. The third one being Section 22, confidential evaluations. And the last one being Section 29, advice from officials. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Penner. All right, so we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, so thank you. We'll take a brief recess to turn my microphone back on. So we had a motion to return to open session at 3:14. That was carried unanimously. We are in closed session for 4 items, Section 19, third-party business, Section 20, harmful to personal privacy, Section 22, confidential evaluations, and Section 29, advice from officials. There are no motions coming from closed session. And really, there's only one item left of business today, and has nothing to do with really council business, other than it is an opportunity to say thank you to 2 councillors who have voluntarily chosen to leave our midst. So to both Councillor Penner and to Councillor Christie, for myself personally, I do want to say thank you. Your contributions to this council for the last 8 years have been very greatly appreciated, and I know you've given up family time and other business opportunities to be here on this council. So on behalf of myself, I'm going to say the community of Kneehill County and this council, thank you very much. And we did get you a little parting gift to say farewell.
And it's not an act.
And it's not a check. It's not a check.
There you go. Well, just to comment, it's been a privilege to be here for 8 years to represent our division. It's been very educational, and I'm amazed how fast 8 years disappeared.
And I would echo that. And also, owning land in different municipalities, we do have a very well-run municipality. And as over the years, taken a lot of phone calls to do with roads and water and whatnot else. We are very lucky. Our roads are of a high standard. We are lucky we were able to offer as much water to as many areas as we can. We wish we could do more. And so it's a group effort. A county is a group effort, just on this table, but the staff outside too. So it's been such a learning experience, and you will see me again. Not in this chair. And not in
To be clear.
and not in provincial politics or federal politics.
You're starting your own ratepayer?
Well, they always say this was the hardest job, so I've already accomplished that and given 8 years to the community. So I look forward to, going back to the farm and being a grandma full time. So, yeah, thanks everybody.
Floor is yours if you wish.
There you go. Well, I appreciate the staff. One of my comments would be that I've got far more calls from outside the county to say how good our roads are than I've had from inside the county saying, fix that. I have a brother-in-law that's running as a counselor saying, how do you guys keep your roads so good? I didn't tell him. But thank you for the staff that we have that have been a privilege to work with you. So thank you very, very much.
And I guess I would give the rest of council opportunity if you wish to make comment.
Being that this is the first time I've ever sat in this chair, I have appreciated the advice that I have sought between the people that are leaving us. I've appreciated your patience while I learned the ins and outs of what it meant to sit in municipal government as well. So I do appreciate the job that you've done for 8 years.
Yeah.
And every board is different.
Of course.
So, and we all bring different things to the table, and that's what makes us a very working council.
Go ahead, yeah.
So my first council meeting was very intimidating, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but you've come here and you're like, what's this mic thing? And Councillor Penner sat beside me, so I appreciated your kindness. And, okay, it's okay, you just push the button and don't forget to turn it off. And it seems very trivial, but when you come here for the first day, and I'm going to keep that in my mind for next term and try to be kind to whoever's sitting beside me as well. So I do appreciate your kindness, and yeah, because it is intimidating when you're live and you're on camera, and so yeah, I appreciate your help. And Wade, I sat beside you I think a couple times and appreciated your calm demeanor and Sometimes, yeah, you just keep it very chill, so, and good stories and good pictures of your grandkids, and, yeah, just keep everything really light.
Was I
so.
napping?
I can't say one way or the other, but yeah, thank you both, and I'm gonna start coughing, so yeah. Thank you and enjoy your new time, yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Woodstock, yes.
Well, I want to say thank you for giving up your time and coming and being counselors. I've seen a lot of counselors sitting in chairs over the years, and you guys have definitely filled the seats and the shoes that's required at the council table. So all the best in your future endeavors, and do come back and visit. Maybe even come as a delegation.
Or buy lunch.
All right, I'll leave it at that. But anyway, thank you ever so much for spending, for your time that you've spent here.
Yeah.
Because it has made a difference. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much.
Also, to have somebody like yourself, Jerry, and Glenn was here before too, with the history of the past. Yes, we've got to change, but it was the history of why it was implemented and stuff like that. I think that is so valuable. The conversation just keeps going when we've learned, well, why did we do it that way, or when was that done? And and like everybody's valued, don't get me wrong, but Jerry's got the history, because he's been sitting here for so long, and it is so much appreciated. So, and thanks for sharing it, because some people can hold that stuff in, but yourself, you wanted us all to understand why it was done back then, and so thank you.
The only comment I have to that is it's getting easier and easier because there's not many people here that can contradict me.
Your story becomes the only story.
Alan's got the documents.
Yes, I just wanted to add, thank you so much. Your steadfast support. Our Reeve on our very first year, 8 years ago, had said we would be like a family, and we are, and it's just, it feels like we're sending you off to university or something, and it's really exciting for you and really not for us. So as family goes, I couldn't ask for a better couple of people to share family time with, and this has been a great experience for me, largely because of who we've had around the table, including you two. So thank you so very much for your time and the support you give me personally as a counselor as well.
Yeah, good. Okay, and to those of you who are in the midst of an election run, I offer you my best wishes for success, and to Councillor Cunningham, who already knows she is returning, congratulations. And I know you'll bring your best to the table with the new council. So, yeah, sure.
And same thing, we wish you all the best, but I really want to thank Mike and Carolyn. I know Mike's our only employee, but Carolyn, really, I feel you're my employee too, because you've helped me through lots of things over the years, and to go to and things like that, just the basic stuff, and it's very valuable basic stuff. So thank you to both of you, and the rest of you know that I really appreciate it. Mike's just my one, and I will miss it. I will miss the coffee talks and stuff like that about the county and that kind of stuff. But like I said, I'll be back. Remember, we implemented a new concern. You got a concern? Report a concern on the.
You're going to be a frequent flyer? Okay. So what's your phone number? It's blocked.
This number doesn't work.
Good. All right. I guess really there's only one other order of business for this existing council, and that's a motion to adjourn at 3:27 for today's meeting.
I'll make that motion. I'm not in a hurry to get out of here, but I'll do that. Thank you, everybody.
Before we go,